Woo. Okay, cool. Everything's working. I'm muted? No, I'm not. Right? I don't think I am. Nice recovery in futures. Nice. Volume's kind of okay. Alright. Happy MOASS? I don't know if this is MOASS. Strum's really loud. Okay. Me? No volume? Sorry, I'm like not even awake right now. Cool, man. Small bottles make your hands look enormous. Happy Monday, brother. This is just a regular size water bottle. Like it's substantially more volume on Upstart this morning than on the previous days. Yeah, I like that part. It's exciting. I saw one of those cool metal bidets while Christmas shopping this weekend and tried it out. Apparently, you can be just banned just from the water fountains in the mall. Huh, interesting. I bought 100 shares of Upstart at 18.50 and we didn't go to $20. What the fuck? I mean, we're a lot closer to $20. I'm trying to convince people you aren't 4'3". I really wasn't. But can I? It's. See, you know, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna spill water all over my fucking monitor. It's a standard size water bottle. Dear God, he's stolen the water from Poland. I didn't want it to get blown up. How does SPXOI look? 2 more minutes to get the market open data. I think there's a decent chance we fill the gap, but yeah, we need 2 more minutes. What's upstart resistance? Everything? No. Upside resistance. I want to say delta neutral is the most important one. But $20.50 is a pretty big one also. They're still shorting, which makes me suspect they aren't covering a lot. What do the borrow rates look like this morning? GME 3.75 at Fidelity, 7.615 at IBKR. Upstart 29.33 at IBKR. 100,000 shares. SPX 0 DTE 4030 is pretty risky. I think this would be kind of bullish. All right, let me see what the updated OI looks like. There we go. All right, so we're just below the gamma flip point. 4,000's really strong. 410 is pretty weak. 4025's okay. Market maker hedge today is almost non-existent though. Or at least gamma exposure carried into today is almost non-existent. Shop and Docu are happening a little bit. GME IV down. Interesting. Yeah. Let's see that. Upstart IV's up a tiny bit. Not a lot, but higher than Friday. Is there any important economic data this morning? Fed manufacturing index at 10:30. That can't even be that important. Looks like we're just gonna have to rely on options levels. You said Baba could be dangerous play, but would 70s for Jan be a terrible purchase? Um, maybe not, but I would wait because there's OPEX risk with Baba. It has some like basket correlation, so it may run up like 5-10% before dropping. Because of the believed deferral, OPEX could theoretically happen this week in the same time frame as it was possible last week, right? Yes. When Meltdown SPX, they gave adding another 2700 March put 1070. Not a bad price. I still think at least a couple weeks before we start to see any significant downside. Unless something crazy happens with China, but I don't really see that happening. I have a great investment opportunity. You send me $1 million in crypto, and in just 3 years, I'll totally send you back $1 billion. How exciting. I have no idea, quick name. I haven't been paying attention. Thanks to the idea of the spy straddle on Friday, I closed it for 20% profit at open. Nice, man. I'm out of my straddle also, but question here is are we gonna drop off or is this still just consolidation? Nope, they got a big short in on GMA. That's so weird looking. I think that might be all the short volume they borrowed this morning. Today's day 9 or 10 for Upstart on Reg Show. Is this liquidity situation sustainable beyond a few weeks? Not that I'm aware of. It shouldn't be, no. No daily. I woke up at like 9:20. Also, I wrote DD and pretty copious pickles picks over the weekend, so I've written enough for the last 48 hours. You'll just have to live without it. There's like no economic data or anything today. There's not a lot to say. Not holding any GME contracts. If you were entering now, what contracts would you be targeting? Good question. Oh, I don't like that. I probably wouldn't go too far out of the money. 0.4, 0.1 delta, that range. Even like maybe 0.4 to 0.2. Futures volume starting to fall off. Okay, Dixie's moving down. Euro's coming back up. Weird. S&P is underperforming NASDAQ this morning. Oil's still getting hit a little bit. Bonds are doing okay. I think we're gonna have an okay day for Treasury bills. Where can I see Pickles Picks asking for a friend? They're in the Billionaires Discord. This past Friday there wasn't settlement, so that wouldn't count as consecutive settlement day on Reg Show, right? I'm not sure. I don't think it does. It shouldn't, but it might. It's still a trading day, so yeah, that's a good question. They're not particularly clear on how half days affect Reg Show. Since they're failures, it shouldn't matter because when there's a holiday and you have failures, they're simply due the next morning at market open. I can't believe you would write an upstart DD over the weekend, then pump and dump onto unsuspecting rubes first thing this morning. You shall. I haven't dumped. I dreamt last night someone wrote an expose DD about you, revealed you live in the Bay Area and work for a gas company. Your name was Ernesto Jorge Duadra or something. I feel betrayed still. Okay, well, I'm sure you'll get over it. They have until Tuesday or Wednesday opening bell to cover. Technically, I think Wednesday opening bell, but I'm still repositioning on Tuesday because of the theta decay on December's. Still planning on buy more Upstart today as per your DD write-up. Yeah, I'm gonna buy some more today. Mostly just averaging down January calls, I think. Hmm. Yeah, are futures gonna break up here? Because they look like they're ready to. Any thoughts on the Fed losing money due to interest rate and reverse repo? Oh, I don't know. It could be significant. It's more likely to push QE than anything else, right? How far do you think SPX can drop if we cross 4,000? Not much. 4,000's pretty strong. And we have a pretty decent amount of support just below it on the long side. 4050 still has a pretty decent amount of open interest. I would say the biggest problem is that the open interest between 4,000 and 4050 is sold off quite a lot over the weekend. Although 4075 and 4100 look to have increased a bit, so I would still say there's some moderately bullish leverage. 4015 is going to be hard to cross today. Yeah, but I think we're going to get a little breakout on futures here, which is probably good for us. Can you move your Greeks up a bit so it's easier to ghost you? Oh, no, absolutely not. Boofing on GME and shorting on Upstart. We'll see how much more shorting there is on Upstart. If the market starts climbing a little bit, I don't really think they'll be able to fight back against the active fund pressure. We just need more sustained moves. When you trade long dated SPX contracts, you seem to always pick the end of the month expiry last day versus the mid month expiration. Is there a reason for this, or is it a non issue with SPX so liquid? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Usually extra theta, but I buy both. Is the reasons for this move on Upstart that they're looking for more liquidity? I think they're just shorting the downtrend in the market with what few shorts they have. I wouldn't say it's super aggressive beyond at least the initial short. All of these are fairly low volume. I know I'm not Victor, but Tesla dead. Tesla is up 1%. So no? BlockFi filing for bankruptcy. Oh no. Where are they getting liquidity to short with on Upstart, all synthetics? Well, they got about 1 million ETF shares every day. And then they've got whatever's available for pre-borrow agreements in the lending pool, which looked like it was about 100,000 shares this morning, provided they can find the locates. What's stopping Upstart from repurchasing the shares right now and fucking the shorts? Nothing? There's definitely incentive for them to buy the shares back before the end of the year because there's an excise tax that goes into place after that on share repurchases greater than $1 million. Bull flag on ES 5 minute. Yeah, I think so. It looks like it's starting to break. Yeah, it is. It is a bull flag, but it's does not have a strong breakout. We'll see if it picks up some momentum. Nasdaq's still dropping, so that's a pretty good sign for S&P. Uh, Russell getting hit hardest today, which is kind of surprising. Uh, T-bond futures are up a little bit. That 400 share buy last Friday spiked the price quick. Is that really that illiquid? Yeah, that's pretty illiquid. When you have like a 10% gap in the fucking ask. I mean, what happened is a market order came in, and those last 400 shares filled at $20. So the market order blew up the ask side of the order book, and the price of the stock gapped up. Tesla's doing well compared to the other OPEC stocks. Yeah, it's been doing pretty well over the last few days. On Friday morning when you're at the doctor, can you please give the link to the playlist, please, and thank you. Oh Jesus, I have no idea. It was just like some random YouTube safe music generator. Average down 40s on Upstart, then bought some 25s and 2250s on the dip. Okay. I might get some closer to the money. Some like 20s. 20s might not be a bad buy right now. Jesus Christ, this recovery on futures is so slow. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it'll just be nice and stable. Did I fill on those? No. Uh. Where is gamma neutral actually? Gamma neutral's at 40.32. The skew on that is a bit off. All right. I accidentally sold a bunch of calls instead of puts on Upstart this morning. Close them plus 35%. Waiting to sell some CSP. Did I win? Nice, dude. So 3,500 share buy would do. Not necessarily. I mean, the same weakness in the order book may not be present now. It looks like the limit up's at 1922 right now. If a fund were going to try to spike the price, yeah, they would probably hit the order book with like a market order. Or like a limit order filled up to $20, something like that. Have you entered your new position in Upstart yet? New? I'm not entering a new position. I bought some more calls so far today. Not a lot, like 40. I've bought 40 calls today so far. Fubo getting big shorted today. Sad. I mean, it's still above where it opened slightly. Okay, this is starting to look a little better. $40.1775 is where it failed earlier. By the way, don't you think Fubo looks primed for a run? Almost at pre-August lows, and we're in a bear market rally. It went up like 250% in August, but now just down. It probably is. I mean, they've shorted the shit out of it. What do you recommend learning after TA? I actually recommend that people learn valuations before they learn technical analysis. Fundamental analysis is more important than TA. Imagine spending millions of dollars to drop the price 90 cents. My Upstart weeklies don't feel so. Why are you buying weeklies? Did you buy them at market open? I usually tell people to read Intelligent Investor and Securities Analysis first. Yeah, Jimmy's trend's pretty nice. I didn't think you could buy options at any other time except for market open. Believe it or not, you can buy them all throughout the day. Did you buy Jan calls today? 20? I'm buying Upstart next weeklies every week until we run. Nice. Oh, at least you have a strategy. Did you read Intelligent Investor? Hmm. Okay. Futures are looking kind of decent now. I like where that's heading. Hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if futures are going to sustain this breakout or not. I'm going to head up my ass a little bit. What were we talking about? Books? Oh, what do you guys want? Something like after securities analysis? I mean, that's all you really need for most people. It misses the boat a bit on valuing tech firms, but there's plenty of papers and stuff on how to modify Graham's valuations to so they're applicable to tech. Maybe margin of safety. You're not gonna be able to find physical copies of it though. Or well, if you do, they cost like thousands of dollars. Big sell-off. Futures. We got 8 minutes till the Fed report. I should probably use this opportunity to average down. Still looks pretty good, I think. All right. That's on PCE this Thursday. It's gonna be a big deal. I have a real copy of Margin of Safety. It's a decent book. Yeah, I think so. Also cool. Pre-borrowing pre-borrow agreements aside, is I've started shorting just puts. For the most part, yeah. There were some available shares to borrow, and there's ETF shares every day. Let me look at the flow. I don't particularly care, but I'll take a look at it. Let's see. Shitloads of bot calls today. On Upstart, all the way through 10 o'clock. That's not very up to date. That's of December 2nd calls. Interesting. Lots of sold puts at 1750. Look over here. Oh, shit. Okay. The futures are going to drop. See how far they drop. Well, on 1025. All right. Hold on. Let me average this down. Just below the gamma flip point now, or at least where it's being listed. Yes. Holy fuck, this website's slow. All right. Not too much options interest on Upstart today. Like 500K in puts. A bunch of those appear to be sold at the $18 strike. There's a lot of December and Jan $80 puts, about $120,000 worth. Those appear to be bought and sold. Like a put calendar spread, maybe. Kind of a big one. I don't know. Flow's kind of useless. No packs? Today's not tomorrow. Holiday margin extensions for Thanksgiving. Settlements are the 28th and 29th. Settlements for the 23rd or on the 30th. That covers all of the Reg T extensions that are available. After that, it becomes like 15C3 or it becomes 4210 F6. 4210 G10 are the same. 4210 G10 are over tomorrow. So if there's no settlement in the next 2 days, then that rules out everything except 15C3-3 and 4210 F6. There hasn't been any covering so far on Upstart, so it would not be off reg show. I mean, they don't necessarily need to cover. They just need to satisfy FTDs to get it off reg show. But no, I would say with the in the money puts being bought, it is unlikely that they're getting it off reg show today. If you had to choose one or the other, Upstart Jan 23 100s or Jan 24 510s for a volatility play. I'm not sure the Vegas so different between those. Jan 23 100s or what? 0.006 and Jan 24 510s are 0.01. So the 510s are arguably a bit better. At least just for Vega. Bullard's live. But we also have the Dallas Fed manufacturing report should be out now. Looks like 14 versus 19 over the previous month. Negative 14.4, which is an improvement. Brings us almost back to August levels. A little lower. And Williams is speaking. Berkshire does allow entities to satisfy fails of borrowed shares and no borrow agreement up until that 13th day. I did make it that far in the reading. Yes, they do. So if there's no cover until tomorrow, the most likely period to cover is December OPEX, right? Yeah. How are you still holding Upstart if no... Are you still holding Upstart if no upwards action by Wednesday close? I'm rolling out my December calls tomorrow evening. And then, yeah, I'm going to hold all the rest of it. I'm going to maintain exposure to Upstart and for at least the next month or so. This makes me want to maintain exposure with how liquid Upstart is and how little downside there appears to be. Yeah. Plan on averaging down your Jan Upstart position in the meantime for December OPEX. Yeah, I've averaged it down a little bit so far today. I'm going to average it down more if nothing happens over the next couple days. But I'll be mostly positioning for Jan. I'll probably start buying some slightly further dated calls. Maybe March going into like the period between, well, next week between the 7th and the 11th. I'll probably start adding some March exposure. The support of 31,44,1 infected in China is concerning. 31,441. You should use a comma there. Is concerning. Is it? You do understand like what percentage of their population that is, right? Would ETF FTDs be of any interest for Upstart? Possibly, yeah. I think they're relatively high. I mean, they're not huge because there's just not that much ETF liquidity on Upstart. I don't know if GME's ETF FTDs would affect Upstart. That's kind of a stretch. They're not really in the same ETFs. I think maybe some of the value, like the Russell value ETFs, possibly. Can you check out ASAP? They just announced a deal with CMG, and they have a 10 million float, 60 million shares sold short, just got unhalted. Waiter Holdings? Services to the health industry? Looks kind of interesting. Small float. Might be fun. I would say it's going to need to recover from that peak a little bit. Volume. Where's volume? Volume's coming in pretty fast. A continuation of the run doesn't look super good right now, but it's kind of hard to tell. Like volume's falling off really fast. For China, is that people are actually standing up against the police and the CCP for the first time since Tankman stood up in the square in 1998. 1989? You're 10 years off on the date, but yeah, it's been a while since at least any reported civil unrest has come out of China. Give us a quick rundown of a Vega play. Is it just riding the IV smile on intraday spikes? Kind of, yeah. You're buying options that are delta insensitive, and they're not particularly affected by price action in the short term, which means they retain their value. And their value increases more on rises in implied volatility than it does on rises in price. Where do you get the value for the intraday lines you draw on the SPX? Opening range? No, I didn't put any new lines on SPX today. These are all old ones. Or at least on here. Bill passed to hinder China production of anything using microchips quite a while ago. Man, that's fucking really old news. No, Gurk, it's 1998. Gen Z looked it up. No, it was 1989. If we don't see an OPEX this week for Upstart, do you think we will be shorted hard till December or just hang around this range? I mean, shorted with what? The thing more likely to bring down the price on these is people selling. Far more likely to bring down the price than shorts. There's just not a lot of short liquidity. Bill passed in October. I know. I wrote like quite a bit of DD about it and how it affected semiconductors. Is SPX gonna finish up 0.02% or down 0.01? We'll see. Does anybody know where Williams is speaking? Oh, Williams and Bullard are speaking same time. I thought Bullard was later in the day. They're both at noon. Any more information on that? Not really. Ugh. At what price do you double down on Fubo? I'm probably not gonna double down on Fubo, but I'll probably buy more when it hits what is it, that low resistance? I think it's 237. Let me double check my chart. Yeah, 237. What you got, Carl? I've seen that before. No, that's not my sister. Have you ever taken a dab? No. It would be the worst thing you've ever tried. Well, that really makes me want to do it even more. Is QQQ movement better than SPY? It looks like profitability is less unless it's NDX puts, but it costs a lot more than SPX. QQQ, well, Nasdaq has been underperforming the rest of the indices for a few weeks now. So today is a bit of an exception with Russell and S&P down slightly more. But yeah, generally speaking, tech's been taking the bigger hits. Hmm. Did OPEX get deferred for the holiday? We think so. Today is just one of 3 possible settlement dates. I don't like people saying there's little downside in Upstart. It reminds me of Bobby as we bought all the way down from 14 to 5. There's always room down. There is, but there's also a share buyback, Cobra. And given that the shares they've already bought back have been at a cost basis of like $33, lower prices are obviously encouraging for them to use more of that share buyback, especially because there's a bit of a time crunch if they want to avoid the excise tax that begins on December 31st. Tesla looking shaky. Thoughts on puts? You could. I probably wouldn't right now. No, Bobby's buyback was completed when we were. By the time we were buying Bobby, its buyback was already done. We don't know that the buyback isn't completed. It could be. They had 200. I mean, they had $250 million to buy back as of their earnings report, which was like a couple of weeks ago. I'm not even sure we've traded enough volume for them to buy it all back. At these prices, that's like 20 million shares almost. It's a lot. No, the Upstart share buyback isn't complete. They have. What are you talking about? Does anybody read the fucking DD? No, I don't think so. Oh, it's so boring. We're just gonna trade at 4,000 all day? Probably. $13.89 million shares. Thank you, Dork. Which is about 19.7% of the shares out or free float. So 20% of the free float. Today is a bit boring so far. Because I didn't write a morning TD. I woke up at 9:20 a.m. And I wrote enough over the last 2 days. I don't want to write any more shit. Bear counterpoint on the buyback. You said in your TD that current financial outlook isn't great for Upstart. Similar to Bobby when they concluded their buyback? No. Their outlook is significantly better than Bobby. They also have 700 million in cash on hand and another 689.7 million in available loans at 0.25% interest. So they're very well capitalized. Their overhead is minimal, and I don't think they're in the same position as PBBY at all. Yeah, also Ryan Cohen hasn't bought in, and all the institutions that own Upstart haven't sold off on the subsequent rally. So when Cohen bought into Bobby, initially, almost every major institution sold out of their positions. The ones that didn't sold out of the rest of their positions during March OPEX. So by the time Bobby rallied, there were almost no institutional investors left at all. And then, Freeman and Cohen both sold out of their positions, which left the only people holding the stock as retail for the most part. Retail and ETF ownership. Kind of like Jamie. This is dragging out a bit too long. PX positioning. Definitely below the gamma flip point now. Weren't already. What flip is at 39.97? Pretty, we should be pretty stable in this range. 3980 is kind of important. We don't want to cross, well, 3985. We definitely don't want to cross 3985 to the downside. It's not good. Futures are selling off on no news. Oh, Dixie's moving up again. Motherfucker. Is there anything in EU going on today? Why is the fucking euro so volatile? Lagarde spoke at 9 a.m. Okay, that's all that really happened today there. That's from the 20th. Okay, that's from this morning. What time was that? 5 a.m.? Ugh. Why is Tesla not dropping? Could be covering. I said you expect Fubo to be shorted after earnings, and it has been, I think. Was the extent of it surprising you at all? Not really. I don't care about the near term price of Fubo in the slightest. It's a 2-year buy and holds. If it goes up, cool. If it doesn't, I could care less. Tesla dead. There's Victor. I mean, how far out of the money are you this time, Victor? Sure has Jan 300s. No, he's in Europe, so he buys like weird leverage CFDs. I'm not sure Victor's ever made money on Tesla since I started this stream. Are you holding your Fubo position through a market crash? Sure. Look at the goddamn chart. What? Nothing exciting's happening. What if Upstart is so illiquid because they've been doing their share buyback? That's possible. That is a consideration, especially after earnings with the price at $13. You keep saying Fubo is a long-term buy and hold. Can you say what changed we will have in 2 year? What? Can you write a sentence that makes sense? I was in a meeting. Can you summarize the market crime this morning? It's super fucking boring, and it doesn't look like any interest is coming in on the long or short side, at least not on SPX. So we're kind of just drifting down. So when is there officially no OPEX period? Tomorrow or Wednesday? I'm rolling out my positions tomorrow. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Don't play it. I've got no skin in the game on your part, right? Like, I don't give a shit if you make money or not. I don't make money when you make money. There's no benefit to me. We'll know we're in a proper recession when Gherk opens a merch store. Yeah, that's true, actually. Fucking pores, I know. I don't give a shit if I get more likes on the vid. You get more, get an uptick in Ko-Fi donations and Pigeon Bell status. Yeah, that's what I love. $100 kickback when someone makes 20 grand. Fantastic. I liked your viewers better when we were all diamond handing calls into expiry. Did you sell your Gen 40 calls for Upstart? No. All of my Upstart position is right here. I bought some Upstart already today. I'm not like doubling down on my position. I already have a shitload of it. I don't want more. I believe this entire Apex on the fact that we missed Ascot Mommy talking. It's true, we did. I, I mean, I didn't know she was talking at 9 a.m. I don't even know what she said. Come on, don't pretend you're heartless. You love us and you want us to do well. Sure, I just don't want to listen to you whine or ask me what to buy. At what point would you give up on the Upstart squeeze thesis entirely? When they get liquidity back? I don't need it, Marjorie, but thank you. Why don't you write DD anymore? I wrote DD like yesterday. Gurk, do I buy puts or calls? Hmm. Should I buy a PS5 or a new 4080? Don't the 4080s like melt? Why would I want one of the? Why would you want one of those? I mean, it's better than a PS5, even if it melts. But what's with all the trolls today? I don't know. Bot Wookie Cream, welcome to Zillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you out into the country club after the stream. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome, BMG. Even though I've been following on Upstart, the DD on it was great. Much appreciated. Yeah, no problem, man. That's the 4090. Oh, okay. What's the benefit of getting a 40, like a 4 series? Besides the greater power draw? Does anyone actually have a 4K monitor? What games support 4K greater than 60 hertz? Hmm. Pong. If you check SPX it's like barely changed. Funny thing is the 4090 doesn't have the connector that supports 4K 120 hertz. Nice. Do me a favor and buy 10K Upstart at market? Absolutely not. Better flat than down, right? That's kind of interesting. Huh. seeing any put profit taking at the 4,000 level? Maybe? Time is it? Could have an update now. Oh. That's annoying. Do you have any CSPs on Upstart? Not this week, no. Everything's super dry on volume today. It's not just GME. The whole market has no volume. You make a great Les Grossman and Hazy's new hype video. I saw that. That was funny as hell. I'm stuck in some sort of recursive pattern for the past 35 minutes. Looks mostly just like kind of stable at this price. Maybe a little bit of covering from the shorts earlier. Might be why we moved a bit inverse to the market. They're going to use the shit out of those 100,000 shares or whatever they have. Who says there's shorts? Like, why does everyone think that there's like a bunch of shorts on MMTLP that are still carrying some sort of like dividend exposure? When I look at QQQ, it appears as though it's got more room to the upside than SPY when considering the weekly interval downward trend. Why am I wrong? I mean, you're probably not. If we had another big rally, I'm sure that like Nasdaq would outperform. It's been beaten down pretty hard over the last couple weeks. Although I do think if we move to the downside, QQQ will move harder to the downside than SPY will. The lack of like industrial and oil exposure really hurts it on the market drops lately. Hey, happy belated. Hey, thanks, man. I was gonna send this when it was actually your birthday, but figured I'd wait for the sweet, sweet karma. YouTube has karma, right? No, it doesn't. It's beginning to look a lot like OPEX everywhere in the chat. Take a look at the 510s. It's glistening deep red. With the pores yelling shill through the day. Beautiful, Gary Gensler's twin. Are you not excited about my new fanfic series? It'll be named Green, the color of love, money, and pickles. Oh god. Remind me in an hour to scoop my cat's shit. Oh, has J Fresh been shitting at your house lately? What do Upstart ETF FTDs look like at the beginning of December? Isn't the FTD chart posted in the Upstart channel? Pretty sure it is. Maybe not. Oops. Atomic's fucking post. Ah, here we go. So Upstart ETF FTDs for there's like one spike. This isn't the most. Oh, this is the most recent one. Yeah, there's like one spike for the 18th. The rest of them are, 600,000, 300,000, not very high. They're highest on the 18th with 1.3 million, which isn't super significant. It's decent, but it's not crazy. Ooh. I don't like that. Why is that so different on here? Oh, just lower high. Got another 45 minutes till the Fed speeches. Bullard's usually pretty dovish, right? Who's the other one speaking today? Williams? Williams is kind of neutral, I think. Bullard a hawk? Remember he was pushing pretty hard for QE a while back. Mm, Williams a little bit. Most of them are turning kind of hawkish. Bullard wants 7% rates. Cool. If SPX reaches 4050 in the near future, would you start building a position to the downside? Yes. I mean, I already have a position to the downside, but I'd build more. I have no idea what they're talking about. Can Powell be fired? Yeah. What are you thinking for the Fed today? Dovish, hawkish, or Danish? I have no idea. I don't even know if they're speaking directly on like the economy or rates. Just a heads up in the story, you're gonna end up being the soft bottom bear to JPA's big bull energy. But trust me, it will even out at the end. Alright, I mean, as long as everyone's satisfied. You use your US brokerage if you leave the country for a week, or do they check your IP? Asking for myself, I want to go visit a friend, but I want to trade during the day. I don't see why you couldn't. I'm sure you can. If these Gen 40 upstart calls go to 5 to 6 per contract, I'm gonna buy a Honda 2000, put 100K of spoon parts under the hood, and get a license plate that says Gherkin. It's good to know that you're gonna build long-term wealth, and Yeah. That was Danish. My joke failed. I will go back to work now. Yeah, pretty hard, actually. They don't allow me while using a VPN. Huh. I don't know. I never go anywhere. So, what are the chances they find a loophole to avoid covering? I mean, even if they avoid covering, they still have to cover. They need liquidity. They can't keep shorting without it. On your SPX chart, how come you draw your trend under the candles? I thought downtrends go above candles and uptrends go below. Please explain. Who told you that? Wednesday stream card, the poophole loophole. I trade my trips to Cabo all the time. Could be different for pores though. It may be. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to trade your U.S. brokerage account in another country. You're still a U.S. citizen. I'm starting to have a super value baby based brand. They don't. In fact, none of their clientele are babies. Looks like inverse head and shoulders forming on the SPX. We'll see. Futures might start breaking up, but the decline in volume is depressing. I don't think we're going to see anything till the Fed speeches, frankly. Nothing significant, at least. With you, Ascot Mommy, and Big Daddy J, and you all being billionaires and the sexiest thruple Wall Street has ever seen, are you? Is this going to be like the gladiatorial combat? You're getting way too into this already, and I don't like it. What's up, Pickles Penne? Does Upstart have their own TV show with Ryan Reynolds? No, not as far as I'm aware. Fed speech at 12. Yep, both of them. The dollar is ripping. It's kind of going up a bit, which is annoying. Although hopefully we have a little bit of a peak here. Strong bounce on 105. I should just go long Dixie and go to sleep for the next 3 months. Straddling, strangling for the Fed speech. No. I had a straddle going into this morning. I closed it. I'm probably not gonna open another one till the end of today. They're not like big important speeches. I don't think they're gonna have that much impact. Just had to complete the thought, but gladiatorial combat was probably the best idea ever you ever had, and you're dismissing it as the biggest loss you'll ever make. It's just there's no way to facilitate legal gladiatorial combat. MMA is the closest we're gonna get. Is getting AXP decent if I can't get Dixie? No? There's like dollar ETFs. There's what, like UUP. I think there's USDU and US or UDN. But I like AXP. Okay. I, uh, I mean, they might do better as like rates stabilize in a higher environment. Friendly reminder, some of y'all should just be buying shares and using them as leverage. Such a shill, Carl. The best idea so far was having OnlyFans models here for financial education. I agree. I'm working on it. Cosm has run over 245% while being on Reg Show with its crazy volume. So Upstart just needs volume to get moving. I mean, it needs covering to get moving. What do you mean Up has not been remotely acting like Dixie? Yes, it has. It's literally, it's a bullish dollar index fund. Do you have any issues with drawings being misplaced on different time scales? Sometimes, but generally trading views a lot better with that. WeBull's awful when it comes to that though. It'll move all your shit around on different time frames. Is high IV a key when looking to sell CCs? And do the boring play and just continually reinvest the premiums for more shares to build up my port balance? High IV is nice when selling cover calls, yeah. Greater risk, greater reward. Is Tesla OPEXing? A little bit, yeah. Oh god, I remember that. That was weird. Or the only librarian stream where they shush people and act like that hot librarian. That was also a great idea. I know. You specify in TradingView what time frame certain drawings are visible. I mean, you can set the time frame when you draw the indicator, but they should be visible across all time frames. That's ideal. Somebody fill me in. Are we officially a NOPEX or still within the period? Still within the period. Jesus Christ, nobody reads anything I write or listens to anything I say. There's some killer ideas on this stream. We need to go in on a gin distillery. Ooh, that sounds fun. I read your DD, your pics, your mail when you're not looking, everything. uh Future's gonna fucking reject again. This is so boring. At least move up a little in anticipation, right? Thirty more minutes. Looks like I'm safe today, eh, Gurk? So far. If tomorrow turns out to be a NOPEX, will you carry the same amount of exposure for December? Or are you less confident this time? Yeah, we're gonna roll forward. I'm not reducing my exposure. Oh, hey, look at Fubo doing stuff. Good for Fubo. SPX breakouts are getting stuffed. Yes, pretty hard. Although it does look like if we see short side capitulation at the 4,000 strikes on the 0 DTEs, we're gonna probably move up pretty hard. I think it hinges on the Fed speeches because there's nothing else happening today. And the stagnation going into them is pretty obvious. Oh, it's so boring though. Jesus Christ. Could this be from news of China and Japan dumping their treasuries? I don't think so. They definitely haven't started doing that yet. What would make one stock run during an OPEX period and not another? I would have thought it would have had to do with obligations, but there are other factors I'm not considering. Yeah, the amount of exposure, um, the level of implied volatility. You generally want to cover the easier shit first. Jimmy is barely traded. Yeah. 780,000 volume so far. I'm starting at 1.63 million. That was a lot of volume on that candle. Interesting. I thought you were buying the upstart float. Absolutely fucking not. I would watch soccer, but FIFA makes me angry. Okay. Is the Discord chat free? I mean, the public one is. The shorts on Upstart push out the covering for an extra few days. If they will have forced closeouts in a few days, get calls to sell before expecting an OPEX run are completely wrong. Wait, what? Would the shorts push out covering for an extra few days? I mean, they've already pushed out covering for an extra few days. Due to the forced closeout? I mean, I don't think they want Upstart to hit the for another forced closeout period. That's not ideal for them. Get calls to sell before expecting an OPEX run or completely wrong. I'm not sure what you mean by the second half. you want to do you want to buy calls? Why are you saying get calls to? Can you rephrase it at least? What is it that you're trying to do? And ask me in the most roundabout way possible. The poor's Discord is just disgusting. Yeah, it's mostly full of illiterates. Are you still holding your December upstart calls through the end of this week? Not through the end of this week, through tomorrow. Hey, I only use the poor's chat. That's not really true though, is it? Hmm. My issue is fixed by disabling extended hours. What was the issue? Sorry, I ran out of characters. I meant, can they push out the covering till the 13th day in order to get call options to sell out this week before forced closing? Or am I getting that wrong? It's not really the FTDs that we care about them closing, right? It's the obligations from synthetic share creation. Excuse me, sir, can we not shit on the poor so much? It's pronounced invalids or illiterates. If the Fed speech causes a rally, which it may not. I mean, they're just like Fed president speeches. Generally speaking, they don't have a ton of impact on the markets. But I'm not really playing a very high range on SPX right now. Horse chat is filled with people who trade on emotion, enough said. It's not that. It's Horse chat is filled with people who are like, hey, what did Girk say? And then someone else reiterates some semblance of what I said. And then the next time someone asks, it changes a little bit. And then every time it changes more and more until it becomes something that I never said in the first place. Like a game of telephone. Yeah. And somehow, like, bearish things don't survive there. So I'll say things like, if you invest in Revlon, you can lose every single dollar
of the money that you put into it. And then people are like, Gherk's full bull. This stock has no downside. I'm full porting. Oh, they do? Upstart chat today has been super bearish. Why? The settlement for T plus 2 is tomorrow anyway. I didn't have any hay, Roberto, but thanks for asking. At least Gherk doesn't have to apologize for FTX sponsorship. You know why Upstart chat is bearish? Because people YOLO'd into weeklies at market open. Don't forget the inverse Gherk funds that are negative an astronomical number. They can't be doing well this year. What's the one company you would take a sponsorship from? Trader Joe's? I wish I was sponsored by FTX. That'd be awesome. Except I hate crypto, so it probably wouldn't work out. Like, I want to get sponsored by FTX now, though, not before, when they were thought of as a legitimate company. Upstart chat is bearish because you're bullish, and they trade off emotion and have been hurt too many times in the past due to trading off emotions. This is the market psychology breakdown of the Pores chat. Upstart Pores chat is bearish because they're poor and smell like dog shit. Hey, just because they're poor doesn't mean they don't bathe. That's taking it too far. Just remember, guys. Hazy needs us, because nobody else would watch his shitty videos otherwise. I hate this place. Let's make a cringe ETF comprised of companies who've had unredeemable acts of cringe publicly, i.e., beyond CSO biting someone in public. Don't forget the Listeria. AMC CEO buying failing gold mining company. Ticker CRNG. How much? But all of the holdings are FTX, like derivative securities. Yeah, JFresh told me that Hazy's homeless. I was gonna start a charity stream for him, but then I was like, that's my $40 a day, right? What's up, Notson? Welcome. You joined at the perfect time in the slightly more bullish mid-afternoon period. There's no Fed meeting at 2. There's some of the Fed presidents are speaking at noon. A Dan bath doesn't count. A Dan bath is a horse bath, but with bull mayo instead of cheap perfume. I thought it was just like it was just Axe. I didn't realize you guys were wasting bull mayo like that. What are your thoughts on aliens? I mean, what do you mean? Like, statistically, it's probable that some sort of life exists outside of Earth. I don't think that they come here and kidnap people from the Midwest in order to probe their anuses. Homeless trading is the best way to optimally leverage, to be optimally leveraged. Public libraries in major cities have Bloomberg terminals you can book time on, and Robinhood a free phone is on a free phone is goated. Nice. New York City Public Library has Bloomberg terminals. BMG is like Kendra if Kendra was overly aggressive and not funny. They're not trading terminals, I don't think. Smash the like button. Yeah, do that. Mike Tyson told me the poors need to learn how to sell theta. Selling theta is great. Because then you're making money when you're just staring at things, not doing anything. Have you seen the movie Incredibles? I imagine the Discord yelling Incrediboy and you telling the news you're not associated with me. I have seen that movie, but it's been a long time. I don't remember it that well. Ugh. What a boring fucking day. Sitting at home playing video games all day, eating junk food, and never leaving the couch is an unworthy life. But as soon as you add selling credit spreads to the mix, you're a pro trader. Yes. Oh, hey, look. Futures are doing a bit of a recovery. Can they break 4,000 again? Where are the bulls at? I'm such a dad that my mom gave me only whore baths as a child and didn't have a normal bath or know what one was until I was 23. Jesus Christ. That sounds like, well, I mean, at least you have like a lot of immunity to various skin infections and dermatological conditions, right? While it's slow, maybe you can shed your great wisdom on the pores. Assuming a giant run across the basket, a huge influx of capital, what's a great path for pores to take in building actual wealth? Don't turn around and spend it all on weeklies. Especially not when the stock you buy is the most talked about stock on our short squeeze. What about Activision? Ooh, interesting. It's gonna rocket back up to the price that it has been trading at forever. Did the FTC like drop the stop on it or something? No. I know the FTC was challenging the Microsoft buyout of Activision. That was like 5 days ago, 6 days ago, or something. And so Activision was dropping a bit. If Fubo hit $70, I would have sold everything already. I just kind of want to toss 5K at RevRQ and see if anything exciting happens for December. What's going on in December for Rev? Another omnibus hearing, maybe a finalization of the Citibank issue. I don't know if that'd be exciting, although I don't think they're going to see any buyout offers until after the Citibank thing is resolved. On what grounds were they challenging the acquisition? Oh, I have no idea. I wasn't really paying that much attention to it. Probably antitrust. You have a chat for healthy food recipes. Looking to drop a few pounds. Eat less bread and sugar and exercise. Is your mustachioed girlfriend not a fan of your love handles? Or are you trying to get another girlfriend to hedge your bets? No, no, I know what the issue with Citibank is. They paid out $500 million to creditors that they weren't supposed to. What do you mean, oof, Jimmy? It dropped 9 cents. She keeps trying to make me more and more plump. I'm trying to hedge her meals. Oh, I see. I love how you guys went from first kiss 2 weeks ago to her already trying to fatten you up to take you off the market. That's quick, man. You guys are gonna be married in no time. When's the baby due? Is it gonna be born with a mustache? Another article came out today saying GME short availability is not enough to facilitate large short trades. Yeah, it hasn't been for a while. That happened to me. It's a trap. Don't eat any of that food. Okay. Getting a little more interest at 4010. God, nothing else is changing at all. Oh, 4000's picking up a bit. Fucking hard rejection off the gamma flip point. Is that gonna last? Jesus Christ, what did they say? The market just crashing? That's a lot of fucking volatility, man. I feel like a $13 drop in one candle. Fun. Efficient markets, right? VIX spiked a little bit on that one. A lot of volatility for a speech that should be nothing. Yeah, I agree. The lack of economic data has made the market very bored. I should have averaged down. Back to the gamma flip point. That was quick. All of this for the market just to continue trading at 39.95. That was a huge future sell-off. They're buying an electric gooseneck kettle or stovetop. Well, the electric ones are cool because you can adjust the temperature. Short repositioning, maybe. Tons of hawkish stuff from Bullard. Williams saying nah. The markets are underpricing the risk that the FOMC may be more aggressive. I don't know if that's true. So is holiday deferral just T plus whenever you want, or what? Depends which one they use. Or which one is applicable to their situation, more importantly. It's not. There's just no other economic news today. So sentiments leaning heavily on what's being said. I had a ton of degen buy orders that I totally didn't expect to execute, which were triggered on that dip. I'm not proud of that. You think that could have been some internalization being dumped after the speech? Not very likely. SPXOI update, still pretty stagnant. There's a little more interest at like 4,000 and I think like 4010's a little more bullish, but they're still relatively flat. They also could have just sold off right there. Because our updates from before the speeches started. Fuck, what a shit day. Don't like that the VIX is still climbing here. That's probably a bad thing. Why is Fubo mirroring the SPX? There's a lot of active fund exposure. You told us to tell you when Bobby goes over $10. It's about to go under 3. Do you think now would be a good time to continue not buying Bobby? Probably, yeah. Isn't this the first time in a while that the Fed hike decision comes before the CPI report? I don't think the decision comes before the CPI report. This isn't the Fed decision. This is just speeches from Fed presidents. I think the Fed decision is next week. Is it before the CPI report though? No, it's the day after CPI. CPI is on the 13th. Feel like where it's headed. Yeah, I'm gonna start picking up some more put positions. New York Fed President Williams says inflation is expected to fall by 5 to 5.5% by the end of 2022 and 3 to 3.5% by late 2023. That's pretty bullish, right? Why not pin Fed fund rate to inflation rate? If they were going to do that, they should have done it way earlier. I don't think people would like that erratic of a federal funds rate, though. Near term or long term? I'm buying them for like December 30th and maybe some more further out. I really don't want to buy the further out ones at this price level. Then why down? I mean, this is just like a bunch of volatility from repositioning. We'll have to wait till it shakes out and see where positioning moves. If more interest picks up at like 4,000, 40, 40.05 and 40.10, we might move up into the end of the day. This could be a bottom. Did you sell your GME December calls? No. I was really clear about when I'm going to move my position. I don't think I was vague on that. Williams is saying bullish things, not Bullard. Bullard says they want a federal funds rate of 7%. Did you move them now? No. How about now? Also no. What's up, Trash? No, nothing's really happening today. It's pretty boring. Nope, they're all still there. They're down like 60 per 70%. Ooh. What the fuck is Dixie doing? Ooh, is Dixie peaking? Oh, if that gets rejected here, that's fucking awesome. Volcano Mauna Loa erupted last night in Hawaii. Explosive VUPs incoming. I don't think so. Not from the volcano eruption. Guys, Gherkin only read my message once, even though I clearly sent it 20 times. I'm either shadow banned or he didn't move them. You're shadow banned. I shadow banned you. You think we could fill the upstart gap at 75? No. You guys are way too bullish. Mr. Diamond, there's still a gap up to $75 on Upstart. How will we ever resolve this? Diamond, initiate protocol 69. Roll the color. Would you average down on Upstart today? I bought contracts this morning. No, not this morning, but like 10 o'clock, I guess. Back to 39.95. I don't know. Futures look like they're going to break out. If they do, it could be a bigger move. Maybe back to like, well, futures maybe back to like 40.17. We'll see though. I don't like how little momentum it has. Hey Gurk, can you recommend a pour over coffee maker? Like an automatic one? Oh yes, it's doing it. I have a few December 16th upstart calls I'm willing to ride or die with. A small part of my port. Is there any chance VUPs on upstart between then and the 16th? Sure. Between now and the 16th, you mean? There's a huge gap between all-time high and the moon. Is it likely to fill? We'll see. SPX is way below average volume. Yeah, it is. It's really dry. That ain't breaking up. We're gonna chop here forever. Yeah, and futures kind of just gave up at resistance. I think there's like an upside, still a big upside gap here on SPX, but the chances of that filling are pretty slim. We'll see. I'll pull back to the 30, and if we find some decent support here at least, or some consolidation here, that could be good. I think the downside is at least realized after the test, so there's a good chance we consolidate here. No, like a Chemex? Oh, I mean, you could just get a Chemex. They're kind of pricey. You get like a Hario V60. I like tea too. I have tea every once in a while. I've been really bullish for over 8 hours. Should I call a doctor? Shorts knew this would happen. Whatever. They're not covering. Who cares? Market manipulators waiting for enough CCs to be sold before they run the price. I mean, I'm not selling CCs at all right now on anything. It's too much risk. Now, if we could just see the VIX drop a little bit, that'd be fucking great. All right. So ES recovered in the higher range, which is really good. This is pretty bullish. Still no fucking momentum though. So I wonder if shorts will just take advantage of that. Hmm. Curious. Hmm. Seems like MM's want upstart to fill this downside gap to 1740 before VOPs. Maybe. I mean, they're still 40 cents off. It's gonna take some effort, I think. When liquidity grab, this couldn't be more boring. We just gotta wait it out. I mean, it'd be super cool if it happens like today or tomorrow, but if it doesn't, I mean, they still need to get the liquidity regardless. Oh, market crashes are much faster than that. That was slow compared to how fast a market crash can occur. So you're saying it's more like a time bomb, but we can only guess as to when it goes off. Yeah. It's a big problem for them though, and it gets worse every day. Can you do a quick check and see what's going on with TBLA? It looks like it spiked really hard. There's been a few stocks that have been doing that today. Some of these, like, someone brought up another one earlier, ASAP. Is like low float. It's a good sign, kind of. We're seeing a lot of like high volatility, like large moves and shitty penny stocks. Do you think they can go without liquidity on Upstart until 2023? I don't. I don't either. That's a bit too long. If you want to DCA into a downturn but don't have a crazy amount of capital, would you recommend SPY or SPX? I'm aiming for 10 March SPY 300, but I could buy one SPX 3000. I mean, one SPX 3000 is probably better than 10 March 300s. You won't be able to manage the position as well, but the profitability is higher. So it's up to you, though. Why is the highest volume always a red candle on Upstart? I mean, you know when someone's selling, someone's buying, right? Does 3000 have a chance of going in the money? I mean, we'd need some pretty bad fucking news for that to happen. But it would go up a lot. Especially if we dropped rapidly. Not all options positions have to go in the money. Like, I'm buying 2700s for March. I don't expect them to go in the money. They could. Let's see Jimmy has VUPs tomorrow. It's hovering around 18% up, and you've got your finger on the ban button. But then at the 11th hour, I ascend to Pigeon Whale. Pigeon Whale isn't fucking free license to act like an asshole. I've banned pigeon whales before, a few of them. It depends if I like the type of asshole you are or not. Ban Darth Dan. Darth Dan isn't even a pigeon whale. Nobody ever seems to remember Caw. Yeah. Any thoughts on the impact of tax loss harvesting in 2022? Ugh. In 2021, S&P was plus 27%. Year to date, 2022 is negative 16%. If wash sales are a concern for end of December, there may be big selling this week. There may be big selling in December and into the end of December. Wait, that was my get out of jail free card for the next time I'm stirring stuff up. Hestia, there wasn't enough volume in the tokenized stocks to hide anything on FTX. If SPX fills this PM gap, I'm gonna make white. Sorry, I've been in a meeting that I miss. What? What did I miss? Not much. Ooh. Oh, ES is breaking up, but like just not very much. God, that's not exciting at all. Dixie's dropping. Yeah, I think Dixie might have peaked here at one at like what is this? 106.35.9. Euro's coming back a little bit. Pound is still just getting wrecked today though. VIX is cooling a little. I mean, the afternoon looks pretty good. I don't know if I can hold out that long, but tax loss harvesting only a concern in December. Through December. I mean, I guess it's a concern all along, but mostly, yeah. And the decision point will be, probably like CPI and the Fed rate decision before we start to see any significant moves in the market. I'm gonna paper hand Pigeonwell to put that $100 into Upstart Weeklies. Please don't ban me. I don't care. Hmm. The GME Discord was wildly bearish this weekend. I'm gonna be left the sole bag holder, aren't I? I mean, dude, everyone in there has a cost basis of like $38. Don't listen to them. What are you using? HMAs? Stefan? Jesus Christ. $43? Excuse you. I'm sorry. What's the velo on this triple cluster? Thank you for JFresh. I needed that. Stefan is such a hipster. I know. I had a cost basis of 160 on GME, sold for 153. Art of the deal. I believe Jan 23, the CFTC extension for reporting swaps expires. Any chance we see anything become of this? No, because swap reporting is inconsequential. P.S. I took a Reddit ban for a Wall Street Bets comment. Thanks, Stonk Spirit. How did you get banned from Reddit for that? Swap reporting's still, I mean, even when they're reporting them, is very, it's not very transparent. XRT tumbling. Hmm. I don't know if I feel attacked or seen, but I prefer to be neither. I don't know how to facilitate that trash. Mine was 40, and then I got assigned to my CCs at 33. I've tax loss harvested already this year. I got banned from Reddit harassing it for 3 days. Really? Jesus. Ridiculous. No, liquidity's still super fucking dry. Sorry, Freddy Fingers. All I said was we want to see the DD, and they said I broke community guidelines. I wonder if I'm banned. I got a permanent ban from all of Reddit. Jesus, what did you say? No, you know what? Don't say it in chat. I don't want to have to ban you here. Greg, are these downturns on Upstart and GME due to shorting or active fund sell-offs tracking the market? It's just active. I mean, there's some shorting going on, but I would say it's mostly just active funds. It's more that the opportunity to short is available and the volume's low enough that it's having an impact. Maybe y'all should quit brigading. Yeah, right? It's okay. Don't feel bad, guys. Trash got me banned from Super Stonk. It worked out about the same as exercising, but I paid taxes. Then on the sold contracts, I get to tax harvest the rest of my life on the shares I bought. Oh, nice. Are we going to break out on SPX? It's hard to say. Futures are kind of stable, but they're also not getting any momentum, so they're just grinding down. Like here, I'll just show you. So they look really good here, but they're not getting enough momentum to break out, which is problematic. Maybe here? Nope. Nobody wants to capitulate. Yeah, it does appear that way. And there's nothing else exciting happening today. All the fun news is over. So here's what I don't get. You said shorts on Upstart have to cover to get liquidity in order to continue shorting, but Upstart and GME are bone dry, right? Yet here we are, and they continue to short with said bone dry liquidity. I mean, they're using synthetic liquidity to short. So they have to buy puts, so they have to use ETFs. You can't carry a synthetic short position. It's not like a long short where you can just carry it forever and pay the overnight rate. Upstart's still in ETFs every day. Market makers still selling puts. That never goes away. But when you use that synthetic liquidity and no locate can be found, it fails immediately, right? Which locks you into an obligation that has a predetermined time frame within which to cover. Should not be looking at FTD dates for VEPs. If it's on forced settlement, you can. Otherwise, they don't really create VEPs. FTDs are kind of a mixed bag of long and short FTDs, and according to the SEC, more long than short. So they don't generally create. They create volume, but not price improvement. If they're being force settled and other FTDs are being created simultaneously, then they can lead to price improvement. So on Reg Show, there's a potential, but not until we're after 13 days. The FINRA deferral period is not over, at least for Reg T. So today has about as much chance of us seeing covering as last Monday would have, technically. All right, later, BMG. All I want is steady CC income. Is this too much to ask for? Could be, yeah. It's a lot to ask for. Selling cover calls in a bear market, it's not generally the best. It's fine, but it's not great. Selling naked calls in bear markets is awesome. Is current running thesis the obligations got a deferral, hence the usual Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for T+2? Yeah. But if we don't see covering by tomorrow, I don't want to carry into the extra day of theta for the Decembers, so I'm going to roll them out. At what point do you buy back CCs? Depends on how much time is left. Oh, I don't like this. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow, nothing really, right? Consumer confidence report. That's it. Wednesday is the big day. Actually, Thursday is kind of the big day. Boring. Right, let's see if we can see some positioning here. 1228. Mm, 39.85 still looks pretty strong. Gamma flip still at 39.97. I think just more chop. If we don't fall to 39.85, maybe. Oh, actually, what are we at on here? Oh, we are at 39.85. I'm looking at futures, sorry. VIX is pretty sensitive too. I think a little more downside here.
39.80. About more puts this morning. 39.80 puts about to go in the money. We'll see. There's not a ton of puts at 39.80. It's getting very close though. Yeah, spreads are generally better with the levels of volatility we have right now. Thoughts on Tesla 180p for this week? I don't like them. Tesla's, I mean, even just some the technicals on Tesla are really good right now. Like solid uptrend with a reversal this morning. Tesla looks pretty strong. I don't think I'd target puts yet for it. Maybe into Thursday, but come on, double bottom. It's not really good that the second double bottom is lower. Or the triple. It'd be like a triple bottom. A descending triple bottom. These are, I think, all... Well, this is... There's more volume traded lower here. But we'll see. The benefit of this level is that shorts at 4,000 may capitulate. There's a lot of 0 DTE puts at 4,000. ES bounced like a little higher on its trend, which is kind of good. Still no volume though. Is it really capitulating? Well, sort of. I mean, it's so the bounce is what encourages it, right? So they have 0 DTs and the bounce starts to bleed their profits. So that, I mean, it's capitulation, profit taking can be the same thing. I would still target 10% over Gamma Max, but Gamma Max can move up as they start to hedge and as people buy more and more out of the money calls. Gamma Max can move up quite a lot. Like, what's a good example of this? Like GME back in March, right? You know, going into the run, Gamma Max was at like $36, and it pushed, like, by the end of the run it had pushed all the way up to like 50.
I don't like this one bit. Okay, the start of our next long leg down for the markets. It's probably beginning. The problem is that, you know, like PCE data and CPI data and the Fed decision can reverse that. And we may not fall very far between now and then. How long are you holding your GME calls until? GME? Those, I don't have any Januaries for GME. I might hold those through Wednesday. Upstart, I'm gonna roll December's to January tomorrow. For today's rich price action, are you considering close your SPX calls? Or you believe there's still more chance? I don't really want to close them at 39.80. I don't think there's a chance. I think they're dead, but I don't like the level. I think we can see slightly higher by end of day. Okay, I like where that's headed. So now I want to buy new order 30. I'm not going to get a fill on that, am I? Will rolling calls affect price? Yeah, it could. Are you selling CCs tomorrow for GME? No, absolutely not. I'm not going to sell any cover calls on GME until the liquidity issue is resolved. I don't want to watch VIX here. Can Bobby just touch $7 sometimes? Haha, help. I think that's like near where its gamma max was. So probably if it gets a run. There's 2.2 million shares available on GME are gone again. When were there 2.2 million shares available? Last week? Those have been gone for a while. I sold 65 weekly GME trying to the old Uno reverse that once I sold it, GME would immediately gap up to 65. Oh, that doesn't work. Upstart's been on Reg Show for, I think today's its 9th consecutive day. It's like you said, if they're in a real struggle, they're going to do everything they can to curb sentiment. The bearish boredom is the ultimate turnoff, but they still need that liquidity. Yes, they do. Are Reg Show days calendar days or trading days? Trading days. You're still holding Fubo Jan calls. Yeah, I still have them. I have calls for Jan 23 and 24. Hmm. That's interesting. So if we break the gamma flip point, it's a $1 billion hedge, $1.5 billion hedge. How much is that per dollar? So 40 million? It's not crazy. SPX 4010s are dead for today. I closed them earlier. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna hit 4010. I'm writing a eulogy for a potential ban. I'll send it to you at my last potential Ko-Fi. My farewell speech must be one for the books, and I will make it so. Read it, Girk. This you must do. We'll see. Isn't the most obvious move on Upstart to gain liquidity and run the price prior to the day 13 on Reg Show? It makes me want to hold these calls a day or two longer. Bad idea. I mean, I wouldn't hold anything beyond the 30th because all other deferral periods fall in like uh between December 7th and like December OPEX. So it's like December 7th, 13th, and OPEX after that, and it's you don't want to hold them that long. You think they have a deal in place for Rev, but are waiting for our Gen 35s to expire? I don't think they care about that. That's actually looking pretty good. Are you gonna finally break this fucking downtrend today? Jesus Christ, it's gone on so long. We're flattening out a bit. I should zoom out more. So we broke up there. Then we have this big fat one. Boop. Probably easier to draw on the 5-minute. Oh, pretty accurate on the 5-minute, actually. Okay, never mind. If the speech doesn't start with "these boots were made for walking," see, now just imagine how many people would understand. Stop asking the same question if you said it with an alligator on your hand, like a puppet. I'm not gonna use a puppet. Yeah, Dixie's being a little bitch because the pound fucking is super unstable today. Because England can't get their fucking government in order. How many prime ministers have you guys had in the last 3 months? You had the lettuce lady. 3. Nice. Effectively none. Yeah, you could just use any other dollar, like dollar priced GME ticker. Iron Archer. The euro is doing worse. Is it? No, it's not today. It's not. Euro's down 21 BPS. Pound is down 75. There's no Fed meeting today. Now the prime minister is a hedge fund guy. What could go wrong? That sounds perfect. Bullish as fuck. You drop in your OPEX GME calls. I'll probably hold those through Wednesday.
I don't have that many of them. I don't care about them.
Did you sell your calls? No. Still not. So if we stay in this range throughout the week, the chance that SPX to hit the trend line are smaller now. Maybe a good time to enter long puts more heavily. I already said that. I picked up a few today. I picked up 3950s, more importantly. 3900s. Nothing, I didn't pick up anything further out because I want to wait for the CPI report and stuff. I don't want to over leverage to the downside and then we get another good CPI print. That'd be fucking kind of stupid, right? Seems like it's gonna be a struggle getting past 4,000. Oh, I think it will absolutely be a struggle to get past 4,000. No, 4,000 has enough interest. The gamma flip point being at 39.97 is a problem. But 4,000 has enough interest that it should be able to push up above it. Even if just briefly. Remember the time that SPX ripped for like a solid hour in the afternoon? That happens sometimes. I don't think that's going to happen today. Yeah, more delta neutral positioning is especially as like volatility picks up. So more overnight straddles. Hypothetically, Upstart announces tomorrow that they have bought back $240 million of their shares at 18. What would happen? It would run super fucking hard. Quick, someone call Upstart Investor Relations. Hmm. Double top, triple top. $120. Ugh. Jesus. So negative or positive 0 to flat at plus 0.03. Core CPI is going to be bullish. Signal of cooling. Yeah, flat or down is going to... Well, flat may not be treated so bullishly, but a continued move down in core CPI would be very bullish. That'd be 2 data points signaling a significant amount of cooling. That could be sufficient to affect the Fed a little bit, not a lot, but did a deferred OPEX run go high enough in one day? The problem I have with deferred runs is that they give more time to settle out obligations in advance of the run. So it's possible that they can create a longer period of obligation clearing, and so like it can kind of diffuse it. But we're not seeing any liquidity returns, so I'm not super concerned with that outcome. If we were seeing liquidity flow back slowly, that'd be a different situation, but we're not. What's the likelihood they did some of the buyback when it was slaughtered after earnings? Pretty good, given the cost basis of their buyback up until earnings. I would say that, yeah, at $13 is a pretty good chance that some of that volume we saw post earnings was them doing a buyback. Why would it run hard if they announce the buyback is complete versus when they are repurchasing? Well, because there's already locate and liquidity issues, and if some significant number of shares were to be removed from the market, that only further compounds those issues. I feel like cycles aren't dead because it's way too profitable for them. I agree. Under 50% like ratio is not very bullish. We aren't running because nobody is displaying their OPEX spirit. I mean, nobody likes the stream because I never remind anyone. CPI is next week. PCE is this week. PCE is big news. That's on Thursday. I feel like we're having a run on Upstart to close out the day. If we have price actions tomorrow morning, are you buying a few throwaway weeklies? Possibly. If we see like big volume in pre-market or something, then I might. Is $19 a good cost basis for Upstart currently? It's a little high. Ideal cost basis would be below like 1850, 1875. And I don't expect their next earnings to be very good either, and it would go down then. So ideally, like a $15 cost basis would be best. If I were to DCA into it for like a longer term hold. CPI on the 13th? I think so. Yes. Next Tuesday. Or not next Tuesday, the Tuesday, wait, Tuesday after next. Right? Yeah. 2 weeks? Tuesday the 28th, right? Yeah. Tuesday after next. Working my way towards an upstart cost basis of 17. Thanks for educating us. Yeah, I mean, I think once interest rates stabilize in a slightly higher environment, people start getting credit again, right? Remember, as interest rate goes up, interest rates go up, the things you finance drop in price, right? And so, there's another end of the spectrum there where houses and automobiles and things like that are cheap. And so people don't mind taking out higher rate loans against them. And I think once we hit that stability in the credit markets, whether the environment be lower or higher interest rate, I think that'll benefit Upstart a lot. So if you're more interested in the long term play on Upstart, which I'm less interested in, but if you were, then Q2, Q3 of next year, probably some significant improvement in earnings. It's in the DD, Bob. But I believe it was put back on Reg Show. Was it October 27th? No. I think that's when it came off. Trying to remember. Hold on. Jimmy was back on in December. Oh, it was November 14th. Yeah, November 14th. Thanks. Yeah. Thoughts on Apple puts with the China lockdown issues? Eh. Probably not the best place to get exposure. How's Apple doing today? Down 2%. Maybe. I feel like there's better exposure to the issues in China. Like, why not just go like long Yang or short Baba? Didn't they stop manufacturing on the iPhone 14? Qualcomm, yeah. Qualcomm could be a good one. What about covered calls on Apple? Probably pretty safe for a little while. As long as you're not too close to the money. I'd say at least the next couple of weeks. Gork, when Upstart go up? It go down today. Very sad. I don't know. At some point. There's all that room to the upside, not a lot of room to the downside. Also, it's only down 55 cents. It's not like it's dropping like a rock or something or being shorted into the dirt. GME is. GME is getting shorted super fucking hard. It was getting shorted Friday too, right? Didn't we get slammed into close? Yeah, we did. Interesting. Hmm. For a reason they're trying to hit that? Think of one. There's just a lot of call selling. Yeah, they're definitely killing calls. This pushes people to capitulate. I never said there was no room to the downside on Revlon Poker Degen. I said all the money you put in this you can lose. I said that like 9,000 times. Isn't hard shorting what we want to see right before covering? Generally, yeah. Or could it, with upstart, if nothing happens this week, is it likely to be December OPEX or could it be random? It could be random because of the reg show inclusion, right? Once forced settlement starts, it's hard to say if it's going to continue to track with like the volatility cycles or if it's going to break away and they're going to have to cover sooner. That's why I'm not exiting any position fully and I'm just repositioning. I hate Meta. I hope it goes out of business. I specifically remember you saying Rev was an all or nothing play. Yeah, a bunch. I don't know if I could have said it more. Doesn't mean people listened, right? It was cheap. So that's generally all that's required for a stock to be attractive to people. Thanks, McConaughey. SPX gonna go off a cliff? I don't know. It's just pushing into like the lower side of this downtrend. Is it weird that I'm far more bullish on GME this week despite all the price action? I just don't care about the price action. I don't know why everyone's so mentally tuned into like intraday price action. It's like all their emotions are ruled by what the stock has done in the last 5 minutes. Good price for calls. It's not terrible. Upstart order for 1827, one share. Hit the time in sales. That's weird. Oh, it did. Strange. 5 shares. Oh, that's really odd. What a strange indicator. Yeah, I think we found a bottom for today. Probably here. What are your thoughts on DBGI? We're just pretty undervalued. Might go private. DBGI. Digital brands, apparel and footwear. Consumer durables. Interesting. I mean, it looks like it's already been running a bit. Started moving up last Tuesday. I don't know. Kind of looks OPEX-y, right? Big volume, significantly out of line with the volume previously seen on it. Could be exciting. Kind of missed the boat though, right? It seems a bit chasey after these moves. I guess I don't know. Did they announce their intention to go private? BlockFi went bankrupt, as you've probably been told. Yeah, they just filed a UCC that discloses Silvergate was a lender to them. Still holding my puts. Cool. Didn't we see odd buys on Rev that look like liquidity tests? Was that the 1827 time and sell transaction someone testing? I don't think so. It's just very odd that 1827 orders printed to the tape, but it's not being reflected in the market pricing. They had a split on the 4th, 1 to 100. Jesus. Okay, never mind. So they have a $500,000 float after a reverse split. You know what the SI is? So SI after a reverse split is interesting because longs, like institutional longs, if there's a decent number of them, will usually recall their shares to sell. This is what Freg's Day was like last year. No, not at all. Yeah, but why are they printing odd lots to the tape? Yeah. Freg's Day was horrible. This is just boring. Yeah. Burning up theta. Uh, 108. Okay, there's a bunch of call side interest built up at. That's weird. People buying puts. Okay, so 39.85 still building a lot of call side interest. Mostly in this range, so that's over the last half hour. Okay. Those are probably short dated. 30.90 and 30.95 are looking a little bit more bullish too. The gamma flip points moved down to 39.92. So that's maybe a good thing. Still no volume though. So I've been able to watch it. If you were asked this already, what do you think the price action was this morning? We were up 3%. SPY was down. Could have been FTD covering when the market opens and there's liquidity that can resolve. Either FTD covering. It could have been arbitrage from last Thanksgiving, like the holiday last week. This is the T+2 day. Both of those are possible. I don't know. I wasn't awake for pre-market, so I didn't get to check like pre-market like liquidity levels or anything like that. For Upstart, even worth grabbing. Just I wouldn't enter December's at this point. I would just pick up Jan's. It could be that it's simply deferred. Don't squanch my square. If it's so, remember that when they're covering obligations, they're cash settling them, right? And then the ETF chooses when to buy. or the ETFs choose when to buy in, right? And if the ETFs have a deferral, there's no reason for them not to wait. So they can simply be waiting on price improvement just like us. Yeah, once they make that that ACH transfer, that's it. It's out of their hands. Which they very likely completed on the 18th because XRT was removed from Reg Show, right? What if XRT doesn't have enough cash on hand to complete the buy-in? Their cash on hand should go up as the transfer settles. But the transfer can get... So the problem here is that with the holiday, the transfer is likely what gets delayed, right? So they make the transfer on time, but because of the holiday, the transfer doesn't complete until like the 29th, right? And so the ETF doesn't have the money to buy in, and you know there's no price improvement until the ETF gets that money. The great frigging known as... Oh, sorry, hold on, I missed that. As a veteran of the Great Freggening, known colloquially as Freg's Day, let me tell you a story. There once was a man whose calls were very green. He said, "Time to remove stop losses and ride this bitch to Valhalla." Then he went to the bathroom, and when he came back, he was poor. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much how Freg's giving went. Looks great, Gaff. Do me a favor. Call up FINRA and ask them what the furthest deferral date for a Reg T obligation due on November 18th is. I know you got your code. Just give him a... That guy's an asshole. He won't talk to me. I called, they don't know. Can you blame him? Let's brigade FINRA. Lost 2K on SPX calls. No regrets. Happens. SPX 0 DTs are a cruel bitch. You either hit or you lose big. I'd like to thank you for letting BlackRock buy Upstart and Odd Lots. That's not my decision. I hate everything about today. Woo. Uh, Upstart negative beta, a little bit. Aren't you at all worried about our declining price today, or do you still think bullish the next 2 days? No, I don't care about the price at all. There's only two states in which the price can exist where I care: zero or up. Up a lot. All the other prices I don't give a shit about. Nice, dude. Scale of 1 to 32. How smart is it to swing 1 DTE 400 Cs? Oh, pretty fucking risky. I have some, and they're a terrible decision. Yeah, Upstart IV's been dropping since this morning. It was up a little bit this morning, and it's been down for most of the rest of the day. Upstart dragging the SPX into MOASS. What are expected deferral dates again for covering? Reg T can defer out as far as the 30th. After that, it becomes like either a 4210 extension, or it becomes a 15C3-3 extension. Both of those can be a great deal longer, and I would want to roll exposure. Could that be Upstart buying back? Buyback? Sure, it could be. For the love of God, someone posts the DD on Wall Street bets. Who cares? Upstart VUPs against the market, good. I wouldn't call them VUPs. Upstart is up, like 40 cents from its intraday low. There's no volume coming in. Fucking stop. Okay. More puts? 39.65, but there's not enough time today. $39.55. Lots of $20 Upstart Jans being bought today. Cool. I got an alert from TOS, and Upstart Tape keeps getting hit with 1827 buys. Significantly, yeah, I see them. They're like odd lots too. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with that. Just shitloads of odd lot buys at 1827 coming in. Thoughts on shorting Ulta? What's the bear case? I don't I don't like it. Ulta's doing pretty good today too. Well, then where the fuck is the price realization at that price point? Eh. So theoretically, if someone thought SPY would go to 30.40 in March and they wanted to buy June puts to capture, what strikes would maximize ROI? I don't know. Could use an options calculator. Probably like 360 or 380. I mean, with 30.40s would probably maximize it, but riskier, right? You also have theta decay until it hits. I think we'll see another spike in wheat through winter. I mean, I have some positioning, so we'll see. I think I have like $8 calls, like $8 leaps. We just spikes anytime there's bad news regarding food pricing. Yeah, Ulta's killing it. I don't know. I'm targeting 3060 on SPX right now, so we'll see if it keeps falling. Or 3960. 3960, 3955. Did you get anything for Black Friday? I bought a keyboard. I needed to get a new keyboard because mine is like not registering some of my keystrokes. So I bought a new keyboard. You think SPX can claw back to 4K later this week? It's possible. I still have 4050s for December 16th, but they're up. I bought them when the SPX is at like 3900. They're quickly losing value though, and I may not keep them much longer. I may just take profits on them. How's the OI on those? It's got to be dropping a bit. Still 4,000. I feel like Upstart just got interesting at the end of the day. No, it didn't. It's moving up against the downtrend in the market, which is good, but it just means they're probably covering shorts into the downtrend. My SPX calls are wrecked. Any chance of 40.25 by Friday? Possibly. Thursday's a big day. A lot of data coming out on Thursday. If PCE's dropping, that's gonna be pretty fucking bullish. Don't forget, rising VIX also means that puts become more expensive, right? So it becomes harder and harder for them to short through puts, which really limits them. So if VIX were to spike hard, right, that really puts a lot of pressure on like the volatility short. Well, whoever's trying to short Upstart right now, actually all of them, because they need to use puts in order to stabilize price action. Fees, William Walrus. Yeah, it's probably fees. Depends on your brokerage, though. I wonder if I should pick up more shares. You know, I really should have doubled down on my position at 13. I bought like 2,000 more shares there, but I should have bought more. I think I would have been able to get my cost basis like under 17 if I'd done that. They're getting the borrow fee down on IBKR for Upstart. Okay. How much? What's it at? It was at like 29% this morning. I haven't looked again. CSPs will get you there. Yeah. I mean, covered calls will get me there pretty quick too. The share position is just because if I'm rolling or something, I want to maintain coverage. I'm not like long, like I don't want a long-term holding an Upstart. Maybe after they blow off some steam I'd consider it, but I don't think their next earnings is going to be great. So I think there's an opportunity to get in much cheaper in the future. If I wanted to own it for like a few quarters. IBQR was at 29 this AM, fell to 25.50, just went up to 25.6. Oh, okay. 25.5 up to 25.6. All that matters is the prime rate, though. I mean, all that tells us is that there's activity in the borrowing pool, which we should expect. Come on, $3 more so I can close my 0 GT puts. Just gonna set a stop on them now. They're up, so. I should have just left my straddle open this morning. Or at least the short side of it. Green candle on Upstart. I'm bullish. Let's fucking go. See if it moves back above VWAP. That would be interesting. I'm up 54K today. Thanks for bringing me from casino gambler to options gambler. Congratulations, Mr. Diamond Hands. That's awesome, dude. One thing with Upstart is that regardless of the borrow rate lately, the rebate rate is consistently 4% lower. Yeah. I mean the prime rate on on Upstart is like I think it was at like 12 to 16%. I haven't checked for a couple days, but it's pretty high. FX Hedge treated margin call at 2 p.m. When JPow says anchor, he means that the secret spot on the chart uses for TA. Lines of count seems to apply to most of them. What? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Bear market is wiping me out. Never in my 2 years of trading have I ever expected anything like this. Like a bear market? They happen. This 1827 prints to the tape, orders placed at PM through dark pools. Possibly. Weird that they'd be trickling out like that instead of just dumping in one solid settlement. Bear markets are a myth, like trickle down economics or moose. Moose are real. Trickle down economics is a myth. Ooh, VIX going up more. This is exciting. Well, at least I have some puts. Prove it. I don't know how I'm going to explain this picture on my computer, but moose. Looks photoshopped to me. Yeah, but you're a bot, so who cares? That was a moose, not an elk. You seem to enjoy losing money. It's pretty fun. If you're more than one moose, are they mice? No. It'll just be mooses. Maybe it's just moose. Maybe moose is the plural. There's 3 days of deferred settlement, Jay Wash. I'm gonna get something to eat. This is boring. I'll be right back. No, not dead. Just putting food in the oven. I gotta set a timer. Is it put buying time? Like it's morphin time. Also, is it put buying time? Puts are looking fairly attractive right now. Although I don't know how much more downside is left on SPX after this. Like 39.55, I think we could hit. But this sell-off's already kind of ridiculous. What exchange is DF? ADF? That's FINRA. It's like FINRA's, fuck is it called? Alternative display facility. What did you find? Are the 1827 orders coming in through FINRA's ADF? Why the fuck is ADF hitting the tape though? Explain why they're varying. ADF trades don't have to adhere to NBBO. So they can vary in price from the. I'm just showing OTC for those trades on WeBull. But ADF trades aren't executed on the lit exchange, right? So they're a display only facility. Which means that like the trades occurred in dark pools or through internalization or through PFOF. But TRF is different. See, FINRA runs ADF. TRF is run by like NASDAQ. Or NASDAQ NYSE. Are you trying to set an alert, Buttlicker? That's on $70 AMD puts for Jan 8th. Probably fine. I might not get them just yet, but why AMD? You think the drop there will be more significant than just buying puts on QQQ? Hold on, I think I'm gonna close my puts on SPX. They're just bleeding now. Just my 0 GTEs. I'm not sure if it's gonna reverse. I just don't know if it'll drop harder. We'll see. I'll get stopped out on a bounce to 39.64. I might get stopped out on the spread first, though. Market-wide downs. FINRA deferrals can extend through Wednesday. I'll reposition Upstart tomorrow. I think we're just settling into a lower range on SPX until more economic news comes out into the end of the week. I could see us reasonably falling back to like 3,900 if this continues. Yeah. Oxy is really correlated with the price of oil. The oil's starting to move up right now. The fuck is selling? Oh, okay. If you're in options on Oxy and you get them like under 70, oil's pretty volatile right now. I wouldn't sit in them for too long. Oh, I got stopped out of my puts. 39. I don't know if I want to buy calls here though. 39.70s are a bit pricey. $3.30. Okay. You're gonna roll your Jan into March? No, not yet. Definitely not. I might start buying some March calls. Straddling SPX for tomorrow morning at the end of the day. Yes. If VIX stays above like 22. If VIX falls back to like 20, no. Just calls if it falls below 22. I might not enter anything to carry overnight. I already have calls for December 16 at 40.50. They have enough data on them that if the price goes up, I can capture it that way. I don't think VIX will, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see if we bounce here. Good time to buy long-term calls on the VIX. It depends on how far out you're gonna buy them. It's not a terrible time to target like 25 with 90 or 180 days to expiration. With shit picking up in China, it might be a good time to get them anyway. Frankly. That kind of situation could resolve itself really fast, or it could go from kind of bad to way worse really, really fast. So yeah, I think SPX is gonna bounce up a little here. Futures look like they're turning around. SPX, maybe. God, I picked up some 39.70 zero DTs. See what'll happen. Still think it's too early to short Nvidia to 151. I mean, Nvidia is probably coming down with the market, but if the market bounces, so will Nvidia. Like if SPX or Nasdaq bounce. For a long-term short on Nvidia, yeah, I think it's still a little too early. I have some positions, but not a lot. And those are, those are down at like the 130, 120 level. On a scale of 1 to that's never happened before to me before, how bullish would Upstart announcing its buyback was complete be? Like a 9? They probably won't till their next earnings. Why did Elon do this to us? What did he do? Tesla's still fucking up on the day. Ridiculous. Fucking OTC orders are coming in now below the bid. Yeah, nice shift in trend on Upstart. The daily doesn't look terrible. Elon's solely responsible for your portfolio losses. It has nothing to do with zero DTE calls on GME. Oh, okay. Hmm. I'm reading up on quantifying liquidity. Holy fuck, it's a lot. Yeah. It's a pretty big rabbit hole, Carl. But they could buy back their stock on the open market. Why do people that go to baby changing stations come back with the same baby? I don't know. Oh, hey, look. There's some volume. How much do you think the video will move based on the X div this Wednesday? LMT, same question. I could see both of them drop to some degree. I was gonna put LMT puts and pickles picks, but there's too much like political volatility right now, right? Like, who knows what the fuck China's gonna do with like their civil unrest, right? And if that leads to any kind of escalation with like Taiwan, then I don't know if I want to be short LMT if that's gonna happen. Just admit it, the shorts have infinite money. Oh yeah, yeah, they have way more money than all of us combined. Bank of Japan said that it had an unrealized loss of 874.9 billion yen on its JGB holdings as of the end of September, compared to the profit of 404.373 trillion yen at the end of March. Interesting. There's some problems that money can't fix. Believe it or not. Bank of Japan. For everything else, there's MasterCard. You still in Carvana for December? Yeah. It's been annoyingly flat. I think it's gonna make a lower or a higher low here. Um but we'll see how it plays out. Fuck, this is never gonna hit 39.70. It seems a bit oversold for stuff isolated to just China, right? I think it's just a bit oversold in general. Uh, enough to make the Bears show. It's not really that the Bears are showing; they were already there. But the overnight drop did help strengthen their positioning. Carvana, does that company even make money? Not as far as I'm aware. Spicy Power Hour, maybe, but I don't think we're gonna move much. Like if we pull back up, I don't think we're gonna move a lot beyond like 39.80, 39.85. Even that's, I mean, I'm only betting on 39.70. It's an appropriate time frame for someone to reply to an email. I don't know. Why would I exercise an out of the money call on Upstart? I don't have any in the money calls on Upstart. My 1850 call exercise on Friday, and I'm financially ruined. Really? You're down $30. Oh, I know Carvana's a piece of shit. I was just in it to play like a reposition of the shorts. I think they're a bit exhausted. And so as they reposition, the price will probably rise a little bit, and then I'm not really interested in it beyond that. Actually, if the price did go up a little bit, I'd probably just maybe short it. I shorted Carvana for a while. I made some money on it back when inflation fell off on used cars. It was a couple quarters ago, I think, and then just now. But it's okay. It moves a lot, so generally it's pretty profitable. It's an okay one to pay attention to, at least. Would you know that Carvana is spending more on paid ads? I'm not sure that's going to help them. Here's what I don't get. Who in their right mind would ever use Carvana to sell their car when you can just sell your car on fucking Craigslist and then not pay taxes on it? Have you had sufficient time to think about your answer to the email response time question? No. I have no idea. Is it your superior, subordinate? Because it's an XRT? Yeah, it is. If you're not dealing with shady people, what's the fun of selling your car? You know, the best outcome when dealing with shady people and selling your car on Craigslist is that they just steal it, and then you get even more money than you would have gotten if you'd sold it. Auto body shop I took my car to. Probably immediately. As a shady person, I exclusively buy my cars on Craigslist. Just anywhere but Carvana. Is now a good time to exercise my Rev Gen 35 options? I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't want to buy shares of Revlon at $35 digital good time. Do you have a alternate thesis? Maybe if there were an exchange where you could buy it for like less than $1. Is there a way to delete my 35 options? I don't care about the loss. I just don't want to see them in my portfolio. They're doing their job. That's how I bought a car. I bought it off Craigslist for 3K. 1994 Mitsubishi 3000 GT. I sold it before I moved to New York City. Sounds fun. GME volume is insane. It's low. Also sold it on Craigslist. It's the way. You know that there's people out there that trade their cars in to dealerships? That blows my mind. It's like, for the convenience of this transaction, I'm going to take a 20% loss. Just transfer your 35Cs to another brokerage. I store my failed bankruptcy plays in TDA. Buyer pays tax on car sales, not the seller? What? Do you receive money? Are you concerned about the SPY price action? Not particularly. IRS joins chat. How much does Carvana charge? What's their fee? Like, they have to take a commission, right? VIX is bumping again. I feel like I should straddle this. I probably should have straddled it at 39.65. Hmm. Sold mine at CarMax, no taxes, no fee. I got more than I would have on Craigslist. I don't know about that. Maybe. So convertible Google taxes the net of the purchase trade-in. So if you bought a 30K car and got 5K for your old one, you're only taxed on the 25K. That makes sense. Carvana Money Glitch is ordering Ford Broncos, build time 3 to 6 months, and selling to Carvana at a 25% markup. 40K car selling for 55K. Why does anybody want to own one of those? It's a Ford. What kind of world are we living in where you can charge a premium on a Ford? Jimmy's been trading sideways since August. September. It traded down into the end of August. This is the end times. Seriously. That had nothing to do with Carvana. That was just because used car prices were spiked last year. Although based on their financials, maybe they were just overpaying. So if your old car is valuable, you live in an area with high sales tax, it's worthwhile to take the hit at the dealership. No, it's not. You just sell your car privately for 10 to 20% more than the dealership would give you, and that offsets the tax burden that you're referring to. What support would have to be lost on SPX for you to think we're on the next leg down? Or that only happen if bad CPI FOMC meeting or some, sorry, hold on. Or some other catalyst, and price is mostly meaningless until then. Below 3,900, I could see us moving into the 3,900 range going into CPI. Below 3,900, yeah, that's probably gonna be decided by the CPI in the next Fed meeting. PCE might be able to. That's this week. PCE might have an effect. Don't forget SLD going into like the December OPEX period, which also falls right around the CPI and Fed meetings. So all of that's going to kind of hit at the same time. What's the purpose of straddling SPX overnight? Are you expecting one of the morning index announcements to be very consequential? No, I just expect a lot of volatility to continue. What's the purpose of straddling SPX? No, you don't understand. Even if selling it privately offsets the cost of taxes, it doesn't matter because we're scared of taxes and we'll take the hit just to avoid doing them. Oh, okay. Cheese and rice, dude. This is America. You drive your Ford and fly your built Ford Tough without your tax dollars. Decal, and you show some fucking pride. The fuck is wrong with this stream today? Man, I wouldn't take a Ford if someone gave it to me for free. Unless it was like an old one. Pre 1972. Yeah. You mentioned you remain bearish long term. What do you roughly mean by long term? 2 to 3 years, 5 to 8 years. I would say the next 5 years are going to be pretty rough, but I kind of meant the next like 6 months. Can you highlight what ultimately sold you on Fubo value wise? I wrote DD on it. Also, to what degree, if any, are you concerned with their cash burn? As is it as ominous as analysts suggest? I don't think their cash burn's that ominous. They also have a shelf offer, so at higher prices they can dilute if necessary. Um, Earnings are up, revenues are up, and they've been growing their subscriber base, which is very bullish, right? So, not particularly concerned with that. I think they've targeted a market that's pretty ripe. They're getting a lot of broadcasting rights locked down, which is important for their platform. They have the ability to like attach sports betting at some point if they choose to. Obviously, they're starting to get a lot more competition in the space, but that also makes them like a buyout target, especially at their current valuation, because people want to get a hold of their broadcasting rights. Found on Road Dead, I wouldn't wish that car on my worst enemy. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of Fords. I gain an extra horsepower every morning when I shake out all the extra rusty parts on my F-150. They're well placed for the Latino market as well. I got some leadership from Univision as well. Fubo's gonna do good. I think they're a pretty good company. I think the price is extremely cheap for the value. I already think they're underpriced, right? Like I think the company even currently is worth more than it's priced at. So I think institutional interest in them has picked up quite a lot. They have the ability to offer like preferred shares or bonds. They can take on more debt. They're in a good spot, and the content that they're pushing out doesn't require any production costs, right? So unlike Netflix or something like that, they're just broadcasting other people's shit, right? So the cost of content is very low. I mean, Fords aren't fucking affordable if they're selling at a $10,000 markup over MSRP. Is it just active funds selling with the falling market? Yeah, that's part of it. They do have liquidity. They still get liquidity from ETFs every day. Like the ETF liquidity isn't gone, right? It's just that at some point they're going to have to cover it. Ooh, we are going towards 39.55. Okay, this is perfect. I'll straddle the 39.55. Worked for a used car lot for the last 4 years, and CarMax and Carvana were 100% buying cars for more than we were retailing them. The real idiots buy cars from Carvana and CarMax. I mean, so they charge a massive premium, right, in order to offer convenience because people don't understand like value in cars and they don't want to deal with like haggling with a dealer, right? Even though a lot of times you can just go to a dealership and buy a car for like 10%, 20% less than MSRP if you know what you're looking for. It's not that bad. You just tell them what you'll pay them, and then if they don't like it, leave. Dealers have to move inventory, right? So if you want to buy cars, you want to target cars that are undesirable to have on their lots, right? So you don't want to target used cars because they have too much like profitability on them, right? And so because they take them in on trades, they don't pay a lot for them, so they have a lot of wiggle room on those. But like cars that have been on like so they get inventory from whatever car manufacturer they work with, and the longer those cars sit on their lot, the more interest they're paying on those cars, right? So after enough time, they're willing to take a loss on selling you the car to stop the payments on that car and get it out of their inventory. So if you can find like a last year's model that's new, so like it's 2020. So if you can find like a 2022 or 2021 that's still 0 miles, like a new car, but it's just been sitting on their lot, they'll sell it to you for like fucking nothing. What the fuck is a Kia boy? Who would you see in a position to put a buyout offer for Fubo? Um, Maybe DraftKings in order to have a streaming platform that they could attach betting to. If not them, somebody who wants content. So could be Amazon, Hulu, Netflix if they want to do live sports. Uh, the worse the economy gets, like cash rich corporations will be looking for buyout targets more and more. Look up the documentary on YouTube later. It's worth it. Okay. You can jack Kias with phone chargers in the ignition. I mean, they're gonna sell you a Lambo for nothing, but you're gonna get it. You can get it cheap. That's interesting. Has not bought a car recently. No, I haven't bought a car for like 2 years. 3 years? 3 years. Don't worry. All the cars that sold over the last 3 years are going to start getting repossessed. All dealers cut a ton of corners and they recondition vehicles, even CPOs. So some buyers lean towards CarMax Carvana's reconditioning standards. Well, they warranty them. I don't think their standards are any higher. They just offset it with insurance, right? Any publicly traded repo companies? I don't know. Good question. Probably. Would you hold a 3965p expiring Friday overnight? Bought a few hours ago. No, I probably would not. Or I'd straddle it. Straddle or strangle. I guess you could only really. Gonna end up with a kind of like a guts trade there. SPX to 4,000 tomorrow? Who the fuck knows? Maybe China lifts their COVID policy and everything rockets. It's yeah, with VIX moving up, it's probably better not to try to pick a direction. There's decent downside put positioning to like 3,900. There's decent like upside call positioning to like 4,000. So it's best to either cover both of your bases or just not participate for the time being. We're in an article about Carvana buying all these cars at higher prices. Used car prices have fallen 14% a month for 6 to 7 months. When they die, the used car market will crash. Auto auctions would be a better investment once the inventory starts to churn. Carvana just bought up a ton of auctions. Well, Carvana's not doing very well. Calls on VIX if you have enough theta. Yeah. You see any apparent covering on Upstart? How can you tell if they were likely covering? Well, first of all, we can look at liquidity and see if any covering has occurred, or at least any covering sufficient to restore liquidity. Liquidity is still very low. We haven't seen any real volume come in. There could be like intraday covering, but it looks mostly like they were trying to short the downtrend. So Jimmy halts into close, very unlikely. Carvana's been just burning through cash like crazy. Pretty smart. Super Bowl ad ETF. Any ideas why Credit Suisse S&P MLP Index ETN is squeezing? No? What's the ticker? MLPO? Interesting. Press the MLP index, Master Limited Partnership. Um, it's not the. Hold on, I gotta find the index. And I'm guessing because the index is moving up. I pass MLP ETN's been kind of rocketing too. I mean, it mostly looks like it's kind of tracking the market. Maui land and pineapple company. Um, it's weird. I can't find the index. I mean, our best guess would be that the index is moving up. You talking about Jeppy, the ETF that sells cover calls and gives a 10% dividend. It's okay. Its performance is all right. I don't know. ETNs are weird. This could be a number of things. I think there's a cash secured put ETF also. Thoughts on what prompted this massive sell off today? This is kind of nuts. I mean, I think the overnight drop started to put a fairly significant amount of delta on the puts that had been positioning to the downside. And this is the realization of that continued hedge. Very, very slowly, but we're not seeing really any volume to offset it, right? The market participation's super fucking low today. Do you think MMTLP will squeeze? No? Hasn't it already? It's at like $10. What the fuck do you expect it to go to? Nothing ever goes to the moon. Hasn't the last haven't the last 2 years taught anybody anything? What expiry dates will you choose for your straddle today? Kind of running out of time here. You know what? Hold on. Let me look. Probably Friday. Fourth? What if tomorrow stagnates? Hmm. I'll go with the. I'm gonna go with the fourth. I think. Oh, sorry, fifth. Fifth. Next Monday. I'm just looking. Like, there's no big economic news tomorrow. VIX is rising, but it's not up a lot. So, I'm thinking an extra day of theta might be better. Although I guess I'll just straddle again on Wednesday. Definitely gonna straddle for Wednesday. Huh. Yeah, I will go with Friday. Yeah, because if I this one, I'm just gonna hold overnight. Okay. If you buy 100 shares of Jeppy and sell covered calls on it, same like callception. I'd imagine calls on it aren't worth very much because of its high dividend. I don't have anything bullish to say right now, Dan. Well, being MMTLP is still being shorted and will be delisted due to the changing shares changing to next bridge December 12th. They must close positions by the 12th. Who said that they don't have sufficient liquidity with which to short or they can't get out of their shorts? And also, how do you know it's being shorted actively? Because the price went down? I mean, that doesn't mean it's being shorted. That just means people sold. I think the biggest mistake I've seen with the MMTLP thesis is people think that somehow these shorts carried over a dividend obligation um when the preferred shares were listed, but that's not real. No long is ever going to allow that. Also, you know, the land is only worth like 2 or 300 million dollars. And why wouldn't they just release shares to the shorts? And then they gotta capitalize before they go private. I don't know if TLP and MMAT have active stock promotions going on, paid pushing. It kind of seems like it, because nobody was interested in that shit before. I had Torchlight fucking last year, and like I traded it for a while because it was pretty volatile, but I don't think there's any case there. I mean, for the people that made money on the preferred shares, it's fucking awesome. You fucking 10x your investment. Like, that's great. But 39.55p and 39.60c expiring Wednesday. Thoughts? Expiring Wednesday. I mean, I hope tomorrow provides sufficient moves for at least half of that to print. What happened to your 39.65 you said you had? Did you close that? 39.50's got some pretty strong support, so be wary of targeting too far to the downside. FINRA still showed 6 million shorts as of 11:15. There hasn't been enough volume since then to clear them all. Hold on. I'll look it up. It's OTC, right? Average daily volume is 1.8 million. How the fuck is that insufficient volume? Wait, why is FINRA saying average daily volume is 1.8 million? That's not that. What the fuck? Why is their average daily volume wrong? Yeah, what the fuck are people talking about? Dude. The first week of the run, there was 21 million volume. What do you mean there's been more than enough volume to clear out all of the short position? It traded 23 million shares over the last month and 33 million the month before that. How whatever. Good luck. How'd you sell your SPX put at a loss on a day when the market has done nothing but go down? Oh, 39.65, 39.55. I don't think that's a terrible strangle walk in. People think shorts got trapped. I mean, no. It's a fucking OTC stock. Shorts are never trapped on the OTC. No, I'm done talking about MMTLP. Trapped in a pile of money, maybe. Yeah. I can be green. Girk, Kenny's so fucked he had to sell one of his Lambos on Craigslist. Oh no. It wasn't even supposed to be offered, but it was, so yeah, of course. They're always gonna find a route to get out of their short. They wouldn't. Here's the deal: they don't stay in a short unless they can get out of it. How the fuck would somebody who works at Metamaterials know what the short positioning on the stock is? It's not like when you work for a company or you're like, even if you're like a director or the CEO, it's not like the shorts come and tell you, they're like, hey, by the way, we've overextended our short position on your stock here. We just thought we'd give you a heads up. I don't care. Dude, Houston Wade's like a geologist. I've interacted with the guy before. He's pretty cool, but I mean, I don't see the case for a short squeeze there. If going up 1,000% isn't enough of a squeeze for you, I don't know what to tell you. Nah, man, it's in the company newsletter. It's trust his bro, not trust me, bro. Oh, I see. Wouldn't Jimmy to 40? I mean, Jimmy's been $40 like 90 times. Just because you've decided to sell on this one doesn't mean that the opportunity hasn't been missed. I'm getting too bullish on Upstart. All these sold puts at 35, 40, 70, 80. Calm me down. No. I don't know if Jimmy's even capable of hitting 40 if it runs right now. Maybe. What do you think the realistic price of MMTLP is? I don't know, like 200 to 300 million? The value of the operation, right? How many 0DT SPX 4000 calls should I buy right now? Oh, Jesus. No, that's a terrible fucking idea. Do you know the possible range that GME earnings could fall on? I know there's some rules on how late it can come from the end of the quarter and how far in advance it must be announced. We should have an announcement, I think, by tomorrow or maybe Wednesday. I'm not sure if the holiday factors into that. But soon. I think they're running out of time. I keep shooting my bright ideas down. Zero DTE 4000 Cs on SPX right now are not a bright idea. It's a $40 move in 15 minutes. It's a big ask. Wait, what? Someone's selling puts at 80? Yeah, there's been a bunch of sold puts on Upstart today. As more of the float gets locked by DRS, does the potential to hit 40 go up or down? I think the potential to hit 40 remains stagnant, right? So the more you DRS, the less money and fewer obligations are built in shorting the stock down, which means the less covering is involved on the OPEX period, right? I mean, give it long enough. If DRS continues for like another year or so, Jimmy's just gonna trade like up and down $1 on every tick. So DRS effectively makes the manipulation of GameStop's price easier. No, buying raises the floor. What the fuck do you mean floor? What's define floor? A resistance to the downside? That resistance exists because retail is willing to buy GameStop below a certain price. And they buy more and more of it as the price of the stock drops. It's 237's the next downside resistance on Fubo, Twin Peaks. What the fuck is this? Oh, Jammy? Ooh, interesting. Ooh. Are we getting ready to squart? Is that the lowest that's ever been? Edging us into close? I meant on the Upstart chart. That's shockingly low. That's is that a 4 sigma move in the last just today? Hold on. That's the 15 minutes, so several days. Oh, okay. It kind of just looks like today. I mean, we opened today at what, like 90? And then fell below 80? Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Um, that's fucking crazy. Hmm. Dumb it down for the normies. They have really, really overextended their hand in order to maintain the price of Upstart today. A fairly significant move. I don't know if it means VUPS tomorrow, but it's compelling. I'm gonna go look at that. What's this? Jesus. Hold on. I mean, maybe they're just leaning harder on the ETFs today? Yeah. Really hard. Jesus. But do you have that on log scale? Sure, hold on. I'm just trying to 2850. Oh, you have regular trading hours turned. Okay. Here, take a look at this, because it looks like the midday turnaround might be more significant. Are you saying the kind of the same thing I am there? There's some pent up white in the system. I mean, just a little bit, right? Hope it's the good kind of white. Well, yeah. What happens if XRT blows up? That'd be very, very bad. Show us the make white line. I did. I don't know if it's gonna run into after hours. Its sensitivity to um like active fund pressure should be really, really high though. Because shorting is bogged down. Shorting is it's rapidly becoming a very futile effort. Oh, interesting. Why that, Dork? Or if at least that, why not that on like the 1 hour? Hey, right now it looks to me show the first and second derivative. Oh. Look at this. Yeah, still just looking at sorry, looking at upstart charts. Full bull into close. Yeah, only 80 cents below the peak. Thanks, KevD. Come on, man. You showed me some white squiggles and said they really overextended their hand, and that's cool and all, really it is. But may I say on behalf of the entire chat, what the fuck does that mean? Good God, man, speak to the people. The effort in generating short liquidity today has made it difficult to short further. So, let me think of a way to explain this. Think of it like walking through like deep mud, right? Like the further in it you get, the harder it is to reposition yourself, right? They're digging deep. No, that's also, ETF creation, right? So really what it means is that they hit the ETFs pretty hard today in order to facilitate shorts. But they've been hitting the ETFs pretty hard for quite a while now. So the more you short something, the less effective shorting becomes, right? You guys might remember these discussions from really early back in the day on GME. Um, We'll buy 400 shares. That was a block order. 400 shares cleared above the bid or above the ask. So you're saying that the short is becoming further entrenched, harder to exit, and less effective? Yes. Ding ding. The day is done. What a weird, shitty day with like a massively oversold SPX. Hopefully we see some reversion tomorrow as puts close out in the money today. All those zero DT bots are going to shut off, and maybe some news out of China and further information, at least, on the situation going on over there. But you know, keep an eye on futures tonight. Keep an eye on HSI, and like CN50 Shenzhen, and you know, that's probably about the best you can do. Tomorrow's pretty light on economic data too, so we may just continue to drift around with wherever, you know, the SPX hedge lands, kind of like we did today. Gmi and Upstart both dropping pretty significantly today. Remember, there's 2 more days of potential deferred settlement that fall under Reg T. Anything beyond that falls either under 4210 or 15C3-3. Those can't really be pinned down. So if there's no settlement in the next day or 2 days, you know, I would use that time to reposition if you want to continue to carry exposure, or I think that would probably also be a good time to maybe consider like some covered calls. Not on Upstart, because Upstart's going to move on to forced settlement on Reg Show before that time period's up. So be careful with Upstart. But with GME's not on Reg Show. Ew. Closing settlement? 177,000. They're both the same closing settlement? 177, 624. Oh. Look at the wrong fucking. Okay, never mind. What's happening? Nothing. I thought GME moved up a lot harder than it had, but that was just the VWAP line. All right. Yep. So I think that's about it. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Hopefully tomorrow will be less insufferably boring than today. Thanks, guys. Have a good night, everyone.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.